and the glory forever. Amen. We're very excited to have Angie Garris with us today. Actually, and thanks to for her patience and rescheduling with us and all of that. We're so appreciative of her availability. Angie is a licensed clinical psychologist. She has a private practice. She used to work for the VA. She has a lot to teach us. And so we're very blessed to have her. Thank you, Angie. And are you okay if we take questions as we go along?
Yes,
Is that okay?
please.
All right. We have mics around and we'll get started. Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How are we all doing? Oh, okay. We're all like, honest answers. Thank you, McCarth, for that. My name is Angie. Please call me Angie. I am a licensed clinical psychologist. Like he said, I practice here in California. Some of you may know my cousin Maggie Atea. If not, you should know her. She's the best thing that ever happened to this planet. She's also a clinical psychologist. I believe she may have spoken with you guys before. And so I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you guys about one of my favorite subjects of all time, attachment. And so I want to kind of preface all this by saying that a lot of what I'm going to talk to you guys about is been in the psychology world and been in the psychology field for years and years. And so much of psychology theory is actually rooted and has been now transformed through the lens of attachment theory. And it's a very well-grounded, and pretty much at this point, most research will say that attachment theory is at the heart of humanity. It explains so much of human behavior and particularly relationships. And so what I hope that we can have a really open discussion today around, and I really value you guys' input. I will have moments where I'll ask you guys questions. I'm just going to point at you, and if you don't want to answer, that's too bad. Please answer. But I'll respect you. It's okay. But if you guys can engage and have some videos and some things just to kind of mix the media up a little bit. But this isn't an exercise I hope that will give you an opportunity to think a lot about where you are in your life, a little about your history, your family, things that you learned about yourself over time, and then especially how your experience in your life gets brought into your relationship, because it absolutely does. So that's kind of the gist of the day. And I hope that I get to convey that with you guys. So the agenda is essentially, we're going to talk about, well, what is attachment theory? Why is it important? Maybe you guys have heard this word before. You've heard of attachment theory before. Maybe you haven't. We're going to talk about what it is. We're going to talk a little bit about attachment theory across the lifespan, particularly in the notion that attachment really starts from the moment you're born to the day that you die. And we're going to talk about why that's important. We're going to talk about how do you know what your attachment style is. Maybe you guys have heard that it's really popping up in a lot of like pop psychology media lately, like your attachment style. Super important stuff. We're going to go a little bit into depth into that. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the dance between different attachment styles in adult relationships, because yes, there are different types of styles. You and your partner may have different styles, and sometimes that can allude to conflict. We're going to talk about, well, when there is conflict, how do you work through it? Okay? And please, and again, if you have a question, please pause me. If I'm talking too fast, tell me. If you need me to like chill out over there, you're getting too sciencey, please tell me. Okay? All right. So what is attachment theory? So attachment theory was theorized by Dr. John Bowlby. He was a clinical psychologist in the UK. He was born in like 1907, guys. So he's been through it all, right? He went through like World War I, World War II. He's kind of seen it all. And so he developmentally was one of our major pioneers of psychology. And what his focus was on was noticing the correlation between early childhood development relationships and their primary caregivers, right? So your primary caregivers are pretty much anyone who is taking care of you early in your life. Your mom, your dad, could be a tita, ghetto, whoever. It could be your like a foster parent, anyone like that. And so the reason he became so influential was that after World War II especially, he was working in a hospital, and he was noticing that there were a lot of kids in the hospital who, when they were there, they were separated from their parents. Like this could have been kids who unfortunately lost their parents during the war. They had chronic illness, whatever it might be. And he started to notice that over time, these kids were deteriorating, literally, like physically. They were stunted physically. They emotionally were not able to express themselves. Intellectually, they could not do basic math and like comprehension and languaging that kids at their age should be able to do. And he thought that was very strange. He started to notice that though, when some of the kids who were reconnected with their parents, when they came back, even if they were at the same level developmentally at that time, would pick up really fast. Immediately, physically, they were healthy again. Intellectually, they'd be able to pick up things quicker again. And so him, like during this observation for him, he concluded that to grow up mentally healthy, the infant and the young child should experience a warm, intimate, and continuous relationship with his mother or permanent mother substitute, in which both find satisfaction and enjoyment. This was a primary and huge ideology that, though people like Freud and psychologists before him started to allude to, he really made the emphasis around the relationship between a child and a caregiver, and that being an instrumental bond that ultimately does really impact anything that happens to you in your life, your entire development. So after him and a few other theorists I'm going to talk with you guys a little bit about today, and I'm not going to like boring lecture you guys, I promise, but I'll mention them a little bit, is Mary Ainsworth in the Strange Situation Experiment, which I will show you guys in a few minutes, Philip Shaver, and Mary Main. And so this exploded. When Bowlby came onto the scene of psychology and he started this particular theory, people became really curious, like what's the big deal between a child and a parent? Like I give the kid shelter, food, he or she is good, right? Bowlby is like, actually not, right? This is not just about your physical basic needs anymore. In fact, the notion of attachment is that you need to give your child a bonding experience. That is what actually creates a healthy attachment and is essentially a basic intrinsic survival need at this stage of life, right? So we now categorize it like if your basic needs are food, shelter, safety, sex, and reproduction, attachment bonding is right up in there in those same basic needs. So because of Bowlby's work, it has since been adapted to understand adult relationships across the lifespan, which we will talk more about. But at its core, attachment theory is fundamentally an interpersonal theory, right? It places you as the individual in the context of your closest relationships with other people. So it looks at humanity and says, you as a human being, you are a social creature that you're biologically, neurologically, physically, emotionally, and mentally wired for connection and bonding with other people. Without this, you will not survive. Straight up. And that's kind of the tenet of this theory. So bonding is the most intrinsic survival mechanism, like I mentioned. And when we have positive bonding, and I'll talk more about what positive bonding is, in safe relationships, we're able to experience emotions, and especially difficult emotions, like particularly fears, one we'll talk a little bit more about today, and practice emotional regulation. So if we don't know what that is, emotional regulation is us being able to say, I'm terrified, I'm panicking right now, I'm freaking out, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have a panic attack, and people react out. Emotional regulation is saying, I'm noticing I'm really scared right now, and I can connect with this person to help me calm down. This person says, hey, it's gonna be okay, I'm here for you. Maybe they give you a touch on the shoulder, they give you a hug. For yourself, it can be taking a deep breath, learning how to calm down, right? Emotional regulation, as I'm sure we can all attest to, is pretty necessary for functioning in today's day and age because we experience a bunch of stuff that are terrifying in this world. So this is an important aspect that also yields to being flexibly adaptive, right? In this day and age, we have to be flexible. There are things that are, life hits you, and unfortunately, and God forbid, bad things will happen to you. When you have a strong attachment bond with another human being and someone who you consider an attachment figure, you are likely to develop the skill set of being flexible. It is a skill set. No one is predisposed to being flexible. It's something you learn. So it's not like Yanni, if you have a baby, this baby is just like, oh, anything you need me to do, like whatever it might be. This baby learns flexibility through deciding that you're someone who can be safe. And because you're safe, I can be flexible. I can try these things out. When bad things happen, I'll be okay because I know you're there for me. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay. So attachment from the cradle to the grave. So we are hardwired, like I said, to seek physical, emotional, and social proximity from others from the moment we're born to the day that we die. The key component of this, and I put it in all caps because I want everyone to see it loud and clear, predictable physical and or emotional connection. A big part of bonding, as you guys may know, is that it needs to be consistent. It's not going to be super positively bonding if one day your partner comes up to you and they give you a pat on the back, Habibi, I'm here for you, and the next day they're giving you the cold shoulder. Then you don't know what to expect. You're going to get taken, you're going to feel taken aback, you're going to feel confused. We're going to talk more about that. So predictable and consistent bonding yields to what we call a safe haven. It becomes a physical and mental state of safety and security that quite literally, and I'll talk more about this in a second, calms your nervous system. So attachment figures, who are they? This can be anyone who you feel safe and secure with. Parents are usually the primary focus and has been for a long time in psychology, your primary caregivers, but it can also be siblings. It can be very good friends. It can be pets. Yes, it could be your dog or cat. My dog is definitely one of my secure bases. And yes, God. I'm going to talk a bit more about how God is a attachment figure in our lives. Being able to depend on a secure base, this attachment person that's in your life, creates a platform for us to actually move around the world. We can take more risks. We can be more explorative. We can have more autonomy. There is something I'm going to talk to you guys about, essentially something called affective dependency. And I know dependency is kind of a dirty word right now in psychology. I'm going to talk to you guys about why. But what it is that this is affective dependency. You are so dependent upon another person that you yourself can be independent. You create a sense of resiliency. You're willing to go off into the world because you know this person has your back. You have someone who will take care of you and be there for you. And that, again, produces lifelong productive and effective measures for your physical, emotional, and mental health. So I want us to think about really what the source of and how we produce attachment is in relationships. And so I want to remind you guys, even in the Bible, like our entire world, and the Bible tells us the story that our world is created through a relationship with God. The Bible tells the history of our primary relationship with God, right? And it says, and talking about the importance of relationships throughout the Bible. It's right from the start in Genesis chapter 2, verse 18, we hear, "And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him." A helper. That's a big part of what attachment feels, right? Is a helper. So the Bible is a book about relationships. First and foremost, relationship with God and his creation. And then secondly, our relationship with each other. How do we learn about these relationships? How do we decide if someone's safe or not? Is anyone here like into coding or like, I'm like not at all. Sean, maybe? Yeah, okay. So our minds are essentially as a computer, right? I know nothing about this, so please, if I'm absolutely wrong, please tell me, okay? Our minds tend to code information rooted in our experiences. So it codes things into patterns. So if you have, you go to Starbucks and there's one barista and you particularly have a good experience with that person, and the next time you go to Starbucks, there's another person that's not there, you kind of are maybe at your baseline going to assume, oh, this Starbucks barista may be cool because I had a good experience with the last Starbucks barista, right? And your mind starts to really quickly code and categorize this information into thinking really quickly to decide about, can this person be trusted? Is this person okay? Am I safe here? Am I not safe here? And our codes can change based on different relationships, right? Because naturally, just because one barista was pretty cool, the other one may not be, right? I mean, if the barista throws a drink at you, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, maybe this coding I made is not the best one or not the most realistic one for me. But we can respond differently in different relationships. This is exemplified in the fact that you may obviously have a very different relationship with your spouse or your partner than you do with your parent or your sibling or your friend, right? There's different dynamics that come out, and it's rooted on the coding that you've created based on your experiences with that person. Does that make sense so far? Are we all on the same page? So it's not a fixed characteristic trait, this idea of secure attachment, right? It's not like, once I'm secure with you, I'm always secure with you for the rest of the time. You're the best thing never happened to me. It can change based on how we experience the person. If the person changes so drastically and they're no longer consistent, our security to that person will also change. So it is important to recognize it's going to be a dance, right? It's the two of you engaging together to create security. And that's true for every single relationship you've ever been in your entire life, even the one with your parents from the moment that you were born. Distress. So distress in a relationship is anything that sets your heart racing, that makes you feel uneasy, that makes you feel anxious, sad, upset, whatever that might be, at the core of distress. Now, all psychological models will tell you this. It arises when your attachment bond or your secure connection is lost. So this can be triggered by a million different things, something internally, externally. It could be that you are having an existential crisis, like, why am I here? What is the purpose of life? It could be that you're having a hard time at work. This could be distress in the way that you're feeling disconnected from yourself. Maybe you're feeling disconnected from God. Maybe you're feeling a sense of, I don't know what God's plan is for me. Maybe you're feeling disconnected from your partner. This can yield to emotional and physical isolation from our attachment figures and people that we feel connected to. This inherently is what we deem traumatic in our world, right? In the way that we define trauma in psychology. Disconnection is loss. Loss to us as human beings is considered traumatic. Once that loss is there, once a disconnection is there, it heightens our sense of danger. All of a sudden, we're alone. We're alone in this world, where the worst thing to be in this world is alone. Because historically, being alone back in prehistoric days meant you're probably going to get eaten by a tiger. And now it's, if you are, once you've had more people in your circle, okay, now there's 2 or 3 of us who could fight a tiger versus just by myself. That sense of danger connected to being isolated has not changed over the course of millennium of, I don't know how long humans have been around, a really long time. Over the course of humanity being around, it has not changed. This is hardwired into your brain that once you are alone, it is inherently a physical, emotional threat to your entire existence. So compared to, whoa, calm down, PowerPoint. Okay, compared to child-parent attachment, things get a little bit different with adults. The bonds between adults are a little bit more reciprocal, right? I see many of you have kids here. As you can understand, your child is entirely 100% completely dependent upon you for all of their needs. Like this is not like you're looking at your child and your child's like, hey, dad, you had a really hard day. Like, can I get you some like tea, some shay? Do you want me to make you dinner? Your child is pretty much there relying upon you. With adults, as we get over time, we activate two different systems, including a caretaking one, which is reciprocal, right? I take care of you, take care of me, and also the system of sexuality, right? So what we do know about secure relationships within and secure attachment relationships is that more security means you're more connected to your partner. The more connected to your partner you are, the more responsive at caregiving you might be. The more responsive caregiving you might be, you're gonna have better sex. And that's just been proven time and time again. So it's worth it to pursue healthy attachment bonds. So I want to give you guys a little example of what exactly does attachment bonds and behaviors look like starting from a really young age. So for those of you who have not heard of, has anyone heard of the strange situation experiment? No? Oh my gosh. Amazing. Okay. I love it. I love showing this to new people. So this experiment was founded by Mary Ainsworth, and I think around the early 70s. And she was the, like, I guess you'd call her the student of John Bowlby, who was the founder of attachment theory. And what she did was she wanted to see, well, if Bowlby was saying that the bond between a parent and a child is really instrumental, what if it's like a child and a random stranger? How does the child do? So I want you guys, for those of you, that's all I'm gonna give you guys. Good luck. Have fun with this one. For those of you who have children, especially, I want you to consider maybe how your child would feel in this situation. I mean, play. Play. No, you're not gonna play? Am I missing something? Play? Okay. Let's try something else here for a second. Does anybody, like Sean, can help me with why is it so tiny? There's no noise?
Psychologist Mary Ainsworth gave developmental psychology a new procedure for studying attachment to infants.
Whoa. So I was trying to make it bigger. That didn't work. Okay. Can you guys see it okay? Okay.
In 1969, American psychologist Mary Ainsworth gave developmental psychology a new procedure for studying attachment in infants. She called it the strange situation classification, and it's widely referred to as simply the strange situation. As an adult, you know when you've formed an attachment with someone. You know how it feels, and you know how to express your feelings in words. However, when it comes to babies and young children, they haven't yet developed these skills, and therefore researchers must turn to more subtle techniques, such as the strange situation, which measures the security of an attachment in 1 to 2 year olds. A 20-minute participatory observation, during which the researcher observes the infant's behavioral responses to a series of scenarios. Ainsworth's strange situation includes 8 stages, each lasting roughly 3 minutes. To start with, the mother, baby, and researcher are all together in the room, a small, neutrally coloured space with some toys for the baby to play with. The experimenter leaves after around a minute, and the mother and baby are alone for approximately 3 minutes. In this stage, researchers are watching to see whether the child is confident to explore the new environment, or whether she stays close to the mother. A stranger joins the mother and baby in the room. The researchers record the baby's response to this unfamiliar newcomer, who is left alone with the baby when the mother leaves the room. At this stage, the researchers are observing the baby's behavior, a sign of separation anxiety. 3 minutes later, the mother returns, and the researchers observe for the baby's reunion response. The stranger leaves the room. A few minutes more, and the mother leaves the room too, leaving the baby alone for the first time in the experiment. The next person to enter the room is the stranger. Finally, after 3 minutes, the mother returns and the stranger leaves. All in all, a perfectly strange situation for all involved. So, what were the researchers measuring? When the mother was in the room with the baby, they scored the infant's behavior on 4 measures: proximity and contact seeking, contact maintaining, avoidance of proximity and contact, and resistance to contact and comforting. The baby's exploratory behaviors were also recorded as she explored the environment. Ainsworth reported that infants.
We're going to talk about this in a second, but I wanted to hear from you guys. What did you think? What did you notice about how the baby was responding? What did you guys see the baby doing when the mother left, when the stranger came in? What did you guys see behaviorally from the little kiddo?
Attached with the stranger,
Mm-hmm.
just based off of like
Yeah.
that scenario.
Good observation. Yeah, good. What else did we notice?
Stranger came in, the baby was kind of like, okay, who is this? But like was still like playing, like didn't,
Yeah, yeah.
because the mom still right there behind them.
Mm, very good. Yes, that's a good observation. What else do we notice? Anything else?
When the baby was left alone, was it a girl or boy? I don't know. The baby just lost it and started crying.
Very good. Yeah, lost it, right? Was like, I'm completely alone. Very good. Anything else?
It's for the Zoom people. Right, for the Zoomies. After the baby was left alone and the stranger came, what the reaction would have been to the baby to the stranger, and what relationship that had to how the mother treated the stranger in the first stages.
Yeah, good question. It's a good observation.
The stranger came in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, to add on like what Mina said, like the baby being alone, like just kind of broke down, cried, just stayed in their spot. And then they just needed some comfort. So the stranger's comfort was a familiar face from before when the mom was there. But then as soon as the stranger left the room and the mom came back, it was more of like a true comfort that that's the mom, like that's my mom.
Exactly. Very good. You guys nailed it. A plus. You guys got it. Yeah, everything that you guys named was correct, right? What we're noticing is that when the baby was left alone, the most important facet, like the core of this, as you can see in attachment theory, is the baby left alone. He's alone, right? He truly emotionally done. He couldn't regulate. He felt that complete loss of connection, which is the equivalent to a baby at that age. Like, I'm going to die. Like, it's hard to comprehend a baby thinking that, but that's how baby minds think. And then you guys notice the good observations. What happens when the mother was there? He's fine. The mother steps out and the stranger's there. He's kind of, if you notice, like it was kind of hard to see, but the baby kind of like would play, look at the stranger, play, look at the stranger. And then the gaze would be a little bit longer at the stranger as time went on, right? It was just for 3 minutes. Then the stranger left, mom came back in. I believe it was you. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. But when the stranger came in, when the baby was after completely alone, you're exactly right. The baby needed anything at that point. And so in terms of attachment, what we're really learning is that the bond between the caregiver and the child is incredibly important. But if you are completely isolated alone and you have nothing consistent, you will take anything you can get. That's the part of your survival that says, at this point, I just want to be regulated. I don't want to die. And, and mentally, emotionally, physically, my head, I will take anything. But then, as you also mentioned, the baby, and they noticed this particularly because in some of the studies, they had like MRI and heart monitor machines. Once the baby's mother came in, even though there was a heart rate drop after the stranger comforted, the heart rate went completely back to normal within seconds once the mother came in. Right? So our entire nervous system is wired around this connection. So I want you guys to think about your kids. Imagine your kids with strangers, how you've seen them react. What happens when you leave your child alone before they get to know someone? Do you find that they're looking for you? They're turning around, making sure you're there, at least you're nearby? Do you find like they're like, okay, peace out, mom, dad, I'm out of here. Like, I'm gonna go play with this tantaramo, whatever it might be. You're starting to get a clue about your child's burgeoning attachment style, right? So if your child ultimately, and as you could see from what the researchers were measuring, they were looking for proximity seeking, right? So that means closeness, physical closeness, the ability to either avoid comfort or accept comfort, and then same thing with avoidance or rejection of proximity. All those things are connected to deciphering what contributes to attachment. Yes.
Sorry, question. So like I'm just thinking of our daughter, for example. Like when she was younger, she was so comfortable talking to like strangers, and like there's no such thing as like a new person, and like that freaked me out a little because I'm like, you don't even know that person and you're just talking away, and like if that person says like I'll take you to like, so in my head I'm thinking I'm like she was just no stranger danger.
Yeah.
And now that she's at the age of like 5, I feel like I don't know if it's more fear or shyness, but now it's like, oh, meeting a new teacher, it's like, okay, first I'm gonna be like close to mom. So it's like as they're growing older, is it more of a shyness or a fear? Because like when she was younger, she had no stranger danger.
Yeah.
Like, it was more of a I had mommy danger, like
For sure.
freaking out that she would just walk out with anybody or talk to anybody or do anything. Like
Totally.
so. I don't know. Is
a
it
very
usually-
reasonable, very reasonable thought. Completely. That's a great question. A lot of what we're going to talk about is that your attachment style can change over time. So your attachment style is, though we consider it stable, it is plastic, right? So it's malleable, but once at a certain point, probably later into adulthood, it's pretty solidified, but does need a little bit of work if you want it to change. Early on, what kids really are doing is they're getting the opportunity to kind of explore and test and code their experiences with other adults to understand what is safe, what is not safe. The fact that, and so much of what you'll hear in psychology is it depends. Well, because it does. So depends. How much of this is maybe your daughter's personality? How much of this is that your daughter may be a little bit more extrinsic, right? Or like, and she's extroverted and she's okay with communicating. And at the same time, as time has gone on, maybe she's noticing, okay, if I'm clinging to mom is my secure person. So let me go check with her before I make the decision to venture out into the world and go try something new. Right? So it's actually a good sign that she comes to you first. She's checking in. It's actually letting you know that you're her person. You're her secure base, right? She's checking with you first. Then let me go see if I want to eventually go and explore this other adult, this other kid, whatever it might be. Great question. Yes.
So hearing about attachment theory and everything you're talking about, it reminds me of, the infamous like monkey isolation experiment. I believe it's Harry Harlow, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So is that tie into this at all? Like, is there correlation between the two?
Absolutely. Yeah. A part of what, yes, absolutely. It's that particular study really emphasized the importance of proximity and closeness, right? So that what they noticed, in case you guys are not familiar with this experiment, they had monkeys who had lost their mother, and they put them some monkeys who lost their mother into a cage with a metal monkey that it would give food. This metal monkey would have a system where it would deliver food to the monkey. And the monkeys, they would observe that they go grab the food, they'd eat it, and then they kind of go and be away in their little isolated corner. Then they had the same monkeys a little bit later. They put a felt coat on the structure of the monkey, and they didn't give any food. And the monkeys flocked to this little comfy, squishy, cute little felt monkey. And it was not even about food anymore. It was just about the proximity. That's an exact definition of what attachment is, right? Above all else, your attachment with another caregiver and proximity and closeness trumped the need for food in a monkey. It's the same thing for us, right? When all else fails, when really, like if God forbid apocalypse were to happen, food, shelter, all those things are a priority. But what you will really rely upon, and we see it in media, is that it's about the relationships that you have, right? It's the safety to be able to then ascertain the rest of those basic needs that you do have. Great example. Oh, I love when people know things. It's fantastic. Okay. Any other questions? Love it. Great. Okay. So let's talk about what factors contribute to attachment bonding. This is the hallmark of what I hope you guys will take away. And I have a cute little acronym for it, but I stole it from someone else, so I can't take credit for it. So the first one is accessibility. This is the question that we get to ask each other is, can I reach you? So this is true for, again, across the lifespan, but particularly we see it more in adult relationships. So you may think, well, yes, because of technology and my partner's on my phone all the time, we are accessible 24/7. I got you, text me, whatever it might be. But ironically, technology has actually impacted accessibility tremendously. Just because your partner is there physically or on the phone, they may not actually be present with you. And I know that this is something we've all experienced in relationships, that when your partner is maybe right next to you and they're on the phone, they're not with you, right? They are in their own world, they're distracted. So I work with couples in my practice, and just this last week, I had a couple who was in my office, and it was the husband's birthday, and the wife was there, and the husband was complaining because that even it was his birthday dinner, and it was just the two of them, that the wife kept answering. The second her phone would ding, she would answer the text message and put it down, and then be like, yeah, what's up, whatever. And then the same thing, phone would ding, whatever. And this is the conversation. I remember because it was so important. He goes, honestly, he exclaimed, do I even really matter to you? And she said, it was just a text. And he goes, yeah, one of many. Couldn't they wait? We have so little time together already. Sometimes it would be nice for it to just be about us. As this couple's exchange depicts, accessibility is more than just being in the same room together. It's about engaging the same room together, right? Just watching TV together sometimes is not the same thing as being accessible. It's about being open to one another, your energy and attention flowing together. That's accessibility. Yeah? Good. Number 2, responsiveness. Can I rely on you? Do you know how to respond to my needs? This is a huge one. So responsiveness is about being able to rely on your partner to interact with you on an emotional level in both good and bad situations. Particularly the ones that we tend to code as human beings are the bad situations, but the good ones are still really relevant. So for instance, if you fail an important job interview, God forbid, or maybe you succeed, your partner's ability to tune into you emotionally and to understand what you're experiencing, that's key. Do they care when you get bad news? Do they show you that they care? Do they know how to soothe you? Are they able to give you comfort? And this is definitely prevalent to maybe your love language. Are they able to comfort you in the way that you need? Equally important, if it's good news, do they celebrate with you? Being celebrated is a huge part of bonding. Bonding particularly, we talk a lot about it in the negative ways because it's an important survival tactic, but equally in the positive ways is what builds longevity in responsiveness. So neurologically, this type of responsiveness and this type of connection is incredibly calming to our nervous system. So if we are biologically primed for survival, and if we know that we have someone looking out for us, so it's like you had a really bad day at work and then your partner's there for you, it's incredibly reassuring. If you notice that if you get bad news, if you take a second and tune in with your body, you're tense, your back might hurt, your body is hurting, your heart is racing, and then your partner walks in the room, maybe you immediately notice that you calm down if you have a secure relationship, right? And you feel safe with that person. Or maybe you notice that that person's like, hey, Habibi, what's going on? And immediately you'll start to feel calmed down. When we feel taken care of, we let our guard down. So neurologically and biologically, responsiveness is incredibly important. Yeah? Last one, engagement. So these are the questions of, do you value me and my needs? Do I matter to you? This is also particularly big. I mean, all of them are really fantastically important, but particularly this one. So this word, engagement, it encompasses all those like yummy feelings that you get when you know your partner is attracted to you, when they value you, when they're like so absorbed, when you can feel and you can tell you have every ounce of their attention on you and they want to be involved with you. This is true engagement in this sense. It gives you the message that you are valued and you matter to your partner. So having someone engage with you in the same way is very calming to your nervous system, right? When you feel your partner is really listening to you, maybe you are more prone to calming down. So very cleverly, the formation of these particular 3 things came up with this question at the end of it. Are you there for me? So the acronym is ARE. Get it? Get it? You guys see what she did there? She's cool. She's cute. So it's, are you there for me? So this is a super important question, and I want you guys to particularly remember this: accessibility, responsiveness, and engagement. These 3 things in any relationship that you're ever a part of in your life, your parents, your friends, your siblings, your pets, God, and your partner, these 3 things are what helps you facilitate a secure and strong attachment with your person. Questions so far? Okay. So this next video, which I'm just going to exit because I think it's going to do the same thing. This next video is called the Still Face Experiment. And so this was done by Dr. Edward Tronick, and he is a profound professor from Harvard University. He did this study in 1975. So I want you to think about what we just learned: accessibility, responsiveness, and engagement, okay? they wanted to test these same tenets on not at such a specific level, but with infants. Do you think it's still true with infants? The same accessibility, responsive engagement? Let's find out. I can figure out how to play this.
Babies this young
Can you guys see okay?
really respond to the emotions and the social interaction that they get from. This is something that we started studying 34 years ago. Didn't think that infants could engage in social interaction. And it's still phase experiment that the mother did. She sits down and she's playing with her baby who's about a year of age. And she gives a greeting to the baby gives a greeting back to her. This baby starts pointing at different places in the world, and the mother's trying to engage her and play with her. They're working to coordinate their emotions and their intentions, what they want to do in the world. And that's really what the baby is used to. And then we ask the mother to not respond to the baby. Baby very quickly picks up. And then she uses all of her abilities to try and get the mother. She smiles at the mother. She points because she's used to it. The baby puts both hands up in front of her, says, she makes that screechy sound, like, come on, why are we doing this? Even in this 2 minutes, when they don't get the normal, they react with negative emotion, turn away, they feel the stress of it. They actually lose control of their posture because of the stress.
I could like feel the collective distress. Watch, I should have given you guys like a trigger warning. I actually, every time I've seen this video, I'm like, oh my God, I can't. It's an intense video. Huh? It is a little mean. It feels very cruel, but this study, particularly in 1975, was instrumental towards us really seeing the importance of attachment. And so I want to hear from you guys a little bit about what did you guys think? What did we notice? Thinking about accessibility, responsiveness, and engagement. What did you guys see between mother and child? And how was child reacting? How was mother reacting?
I guess in the age of smartphones, a lot of our kids are suffering emotional damage.
What can you say more about that?
I mean, that's pretty much all I have to say.
What can you say a little bit more?
Okay. You sure? Because I could go on for a long time.
Tell me a little bit about like what you're suggesting. Is it that they are not engaging because they're on their phone?
Well, the assumption has always been that if you are in proximity of the child, then the child feels comfortable and they'll go out and explore. But at a young enough age when they don't or they're not walking, the child will then suffer clear releases of stress hormones, negative adrenaline, cortisol, other things like this. And what that means is we live in a distracted generation. I'm probably a little bit, I just missed the millennial mark, but the millennial generation onward tends to be very phone addicted, which means now the young mothers are probably putting their children through this, which means the children are growing up trouble socializing, trouble regulating, trouble having social interactions. And I kind of think that's exactly what we see now with all the pathology that's cropping up all over the country, if not the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Excellent point. If I may, I think that was a really good example of to remind you guys, when we're not able to secure our attachment with our caregivers, we will turn to anything, including objects. So this is accessible all the time. This is responsive all the time. You Google something, you get an answer. You can talk to someone on the phone. Anything you need is on this device. Engagement, Yes. If you say, I'm sad, have you guys ever actually tried saying to Siri, hey, Siri, I'm sad? Do you know what Siri says back? It's going to be okay. No, like I encourage you guys to try one time. It's fascinating the way that we can and eventually will be able to use technology to replace what can feel like attachment. But there's a reason, as you're alluding to, that it's not the same kind of attachment that we need from another human being. It's almost like, you guys know when you get Coca-Cola and then there's like the Vaughn's version of Coca-Cola and it's like Right D or whatever it's called. Same. It doesn't taste the same. It does the job. Like, you get your bubbly, you get the Coke, but it's not the same. That's the best metaphor I'm going to give you guys on that front. Yeah. Very good observation. Yes.
I think from this experiment, we're seeing that like existing is not enough. That
Exactly.
like the mother didn't leave the room. The mother actually was there close. Like there was proximity, and it seemed like there was eye contact, but there wasn't responsiveness, and so like there wasn't the engagement, and
Yes.
so like what a major failure to like to not engage with others.
Exactly.
Like it doesn't matter that you exist.
Exactly.
You probably just don't exist.
You don't.
Like it doesn't matter
Yeah.
that you exist if you're not engaging and connecting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You nailed it. The biggest takeaway from this, yes, is that it's not enough to just do one of the three things. It's not enough to just be responsive. It's not enough to just be engaging. It's not enough to just be accessible. You need to be able to do at a bare minimum, and I promise you there is a bare minimum that you can do, and it will be enough. It will meet needs. But if, as we saw in the video, when she gave nothing, I want you guys to see actually it was within 2 seconds, the baby's face went from smiling to fear. And it was an instant response. That is how quickly it hits our system when we feel that disconnection.
I was going to ask you, at what stage does permanent detachment happen? Like this was like temporary, but like if this were to have continued for an hour or several days, at what point do you have to like do damage control as opposed to just show up?
Yeah, excellent question. So that's us walking into the very tricky waters of trauma, right? And what we do know about human beings that they're incredibly resilient. So damage control is always possible. Healing is always possible. There is no one like once you hit the 1 hour mark, you're traumatized for life. Nothing like that. But what we do know is that generally inconsistent and chronic disconnections tend to yield to complex and constant senses of disconnection and trauma. So it's not always a one-time thing, right? Because again, humans are made to be very resilient, but it can be a few times here, a few times there. And it's really unique to each person. Some people's natural biological threshold is a little bit lower for disconnection. Some of us maybe just are more sensitive to disconnection than others. And that's part of our evolutionary makeup, right? Everyone has different thresholds to these things. So sometimes there's no one size fits all answer to this, unfortunately. But I will say, like in the hopeful sense, there usually is a way that a person can recuperate and become like more resilient and stronger over time. But it does take a lot of work.
I was just about to ask, and you said it. You said there's a bare minimum, right? Can you tell us more about that? Because we're only interested in bare minimum. Like we can't stare at them all day long. Like,
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So great question, Sean. We love a bare minimum in this country. Who doesn't? Particularly, and I will actually talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. But we will talk about like these are the moments that then you converse with your partner to figure out, right? No one wants to hear that you're doing the bare minimum in your relationship and you're like, love this for you, love this for me. Like that's not the way to lead. But it is a conversation you can have, right? It's a part of what we're gonna talk about is that attachment and bonding is a constant dance. It's a fluidity that can be reevaluated and rediscussed over and over and over to eventually have something that resembles that I have such reliance and trust in you that even if you give me the bare minimum, you can leave me completely and I'll still be okay. So we're gonna talk about that. Yes.
When it comes to like marital relationships, I mean, obviously there's some variables here that are absent when it comes to like a husband and a wife. Like for example, husband and wife don't have separation anxiety, right? So you can't necessarily use that example of like the first one. Like if your spouse leaves the room, you're gonna like cry and whatever. Like it's not gonna happen. But
You would be surprised.
right, but like I wonder when two spouses are interacting with each other, like let's say that I am I'm not feeling well. Let's say that I'm feeling very negative about myself. Let's say I'm in a very depressed state. Is my absence better or worse than my negativity in their presence?
Very good question. That one is going to also be a depends answer, and I promise you I'm gonna give you a little bit more information on how to answer that. Let me give you like a quick and like sprinkle little introduction to that. Is that if you have developed a secure attachment with your partner, moments like this are not going to be detrimental towards your relationship, right? So your partner, if they really understand you and they know you and you guys have created that secure bond, you can have mistakes, you can have moments of disconnection, you can have moments of like complete separation, and you'll still be okay, because in a secure relationship, as we know, the notion is that you can think, I can leave and they'll still be there. They can leave and I'll still be here. So it's okay. If I'm in a bad mood, my partner will understand I'm in a bad mood. It's not about them. But what we will learn is that not everyone sees it that way based on their attachment style. They may have learned based on parenting and their early caregivers that actually it does matter. If I'm going to leave you, I'm going to leave you forever. You're gone. You're by yourself. Actually, you all your worst fears of isolation, they are true. I'm out. For some people, it's that I'm going to give you a little bit, but just the bare minimum, and then I'm out forever. And you're never going to get it from me again. So you're left with what you have. And so maybe it's better if I also avoid trying to seek it out. I don't need anyone's accessibility, reliability, engagement, anything. You don't need it. You're not going to give it to me. Whatever. It's me, myself, and I. And everyone has a different response. And we're going to talk about attachment styles in that way. Great questions, guys. I love this, love this, love it. Anything else? Awesome. Yes. Yes.
I think about myself as a parent in that situation, and the baby would be my, 7-year-old daughter. And then me being disengaged is either watching TV on my phone, work, house chores, whatever, and I'm not giving them anything. And then instead of crying, it's annoying behavior in the background. I think of it as like, and I saw this on an article online recently where it said, if you're annoyed with your child, instead of reacting to that annoyance, respond with actual like attention to them and see if that behavior changes. Because it essentially what it's saying, if you're annoyed with your child, maybe you're not giving them enough attention. That's what it was saying, and that's kind of where my mind goes when I see that video.
It's an interesting concept, right? And we're going to talk a little about like that notion of dependency in a minute too. But like it's this idea that what these behaviors all are, whether an adult or children, if someone's being annoying or your partner's yelling at you or they're stonewalling you, they're not speaking to you at all. We're going to talk about what this is. It's actually called protest behaviors. I'm going to talk, and you're protesting the disconnection. You're saying, I don't like it. I'm going to show you I don't like it, but you're not going to know because I'm not really effectively going to tell you it, but I am doing it. And so that's what we're going to talk about in just a second. Very good question though. Yes, right? The idea is if you give comfort and love and like true intimacy to that behavior, and you don't see the behavior as a problem, you see what's underneath it, what do you think would happen? How do we respond when we receive love? Most people are not like, ew, gross, right? They tend to respond well to it. There's a good chance. It's a great thing to try out. I encourage you, experiment. Your kid's pretty resilient. They'll be okay if it doesn't work out. So it might not, right? So that's a little bit more around like positive and negative reinforcement. And so like reward and punishment and things like that, which is a little bit different, right? It's different. We're talking about like behavioral rewarding, like rewarding the behavior versus we are having a conversation and meeting the emotion and the fear underneath the behavior. The behavior is a symptom. What you see on the outside is a symptom of the deeper problem. Tip of the iceberg.
And I think the challenge is we respond out of being inconvenienced.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, so,
well, it is annoying.
Yeah,
If your
because
kid's
like
screaming at
the
you,
child's
oh my God.
annoying, and you're like,
Yeah.
hey, stop being annoying.
Totally. Yeah.
But it's like because we're so inconvenienced and
Exactly.
frustrated.
Yeah.
But really, it's like, actually, what if just for a moment I put my inconvenience aside?
Yeah.
And is there a connection need here? Like, is there a connection gap?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
like, how could I, if there is a connection gap, even if I am reinforcing bad behavior, but there's a connection gap, what's the priority?
Exactly.
It's the connection.
It's the connection. Exactly,
yeah.
right? We forget that kids they're not as intelligent as you guys are at this stage, right? They can't communicate it. So they communicate it like what we saw in all the videos. They communicate with what they know, which is the screaming, the crying, the whatever it might be, right? And so Adults are really actually not that different from toddlers, to be honest with you guys, when it comes to behaviors. We see it in different ways. So a part of what we really did see in this still face experiment was that similarly, if you put two adults together and the same thing was happening, the adults were conversing, and then all of a sudden the adult turned away, like the wife, and looked at her spouse and had nothing on her face, what would happen if you were in that situation? The same exact accessibility responsiveness engagement is true. This is to indicate this is true across the lifespan. We all need the same kind of connection and responsiveness, engagement, accessibility across the lifespan. It does not feel good for 1 second to feel like you're not connected to your partner or bonded with them. Friend, anything like that. Yeah? So let's talk about dependency. I want to hear from you guys. What have you heard about dependency? When you hear that word, what do you think? What's like your instant gut reaction? Like, what have you learned from culture, your gender, your family, your friends, church, books, media? What do you guys know about dependency? Lay it on me. Somebody else will take care. Can you say more about that?
Yeah. If I have a level of dependency, then I can just like assume that, well, if I don't do it, then somebody will do it.
Sure.
You know, or if it's like just two people, like if I don't handle it, well, it's got to be handled, so they'll just take care of it.
I love that. It's actually, yes. I'm sorry, what is your name?
Daniel.
Daniel, thank you. I'm sorry, Daniel. That's actually really interesting. It's the inverse of what we typically would think of dependency, right? It's like, I'm not going to do it, so I'm going to push that responsibility upon someone else kind of thing. Like, it will get done, but I'm not going to do it. I can depend upon the other person to do it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Negatively. Like I can
Yeah.
do it, but since somebody else is available, maybe they'll do it.
I see. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. What was that?
Like the need for something, or like
You're being needy? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, like kind of the opposite of that. Actually.
Yeah,
Like you're
yeah.
needing something, or needing the love, or you're
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Yeah.
For someone or something in your life for you.
Yes. Very good. Okay. Good. Anyone else? Drugs. Very good. Another one. Very good. Yes.
Dependency is somebody else will do it. It literally, codependency, from what I understand, is negative reinforcement of bad patterns of behavior provided by an enabler, right?
Are you like a therapist? I love this about you.
I'm a
I'll let you know.
nephrologist. I'm an academic nephrologist, so
Love
I
it,
do
love it.
research.
Even better.
And I was looking for
Amazing.
p-values in your slides because I'm like, this is amazing. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
how you're quoting
I got
source
resources when
literature.
I wants it. I got the resources for you available.
You're wonderful. But yeah, bottom line is dependency. The other thing that popped into my mind was independence, which is the rugged individualist nature of American culture,
Yes.
which is also screwed up.
Yeah. I think you should just come up here and do the rest of the presentation, to be honest with you. You're kind of nailing it. Yeah. You're hitting all the points. I love it. Come on up, guys. Amazing. Yeah. You're bringing up a really good point. So maybe I'm speaking maybe a little bit more around the Middle Eastern culture, particularly too. Many of us learn from our cultures, our families, especially Western society, and early theorists, like early theories of psychology, that dependency upon others is a bad thing. If you're dependent, like if you raise your kids and they're too dependent upon you, they're going to be needy. They're going to be emotionally unhealthy. They're going to, what actually most of millennials tend to be labeled as, right, is that they're overly dependent. And so this word codependency kind of actually popped up predominantly around the millennial generation and a little bit from Gen X, like the generation right before millennials came around. And so it's a very interesting correlation. But I actually want to challenge this head on. So this idea that dependency is weakness, and this particularly can be true connected to certain genders in different cultures, it's a complete fallacy. And this is what we know is because in attachment theory, it defines humans with each other, not from each other. We don't say, oh, like, I don't need you at all, and that makes me strong. It would essentially be able to say that anytime that you need a secure connection, oof, you're weak. You're weak for needing another human being. And how does that make any sense when what we know, and I will talk about this in a second, that God literally, like we said, it's not good for man to be alone. He created us to be together. So this notion that dependency produces weakness is kind of doesn't make sense. And it actually kind of this notion came around about the dependency paradox. What I mentioned to you guys earlier is that to essentially depend upon someone else would mean that because you know you can count on them all the time, you're actually more likely to be more independent at times, right? Like, so you are more likely to say, hey, like, you know, if you don't want to join me on this trip, like, I'm cool, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends, whatever it might be, in a secure relationship, right? Because you know that your partner can be there for you or your family, whatever it might be, and you can go off and do your own thing because, again, you know that this person is there for you. So it's the dependency paradox, right? So you can go take risks, and in secure relationships, we learn that actually distance and autonomy are compatible with closeness and reliance upon other people. You can have both, and that is very true. You can be dependent upon someone and autonomous at the same time, though it sounds like a paradox. Fun fact, they are not. And I hope that's something that you guys really think about because it actually enhances your sense of connection with them. It makes your dependency upon them so much more rich. It makes life more meaningful. Those moments that you have when you can depend upon them, those are the memories that we talked about coding. When they code hard. And they're really important when bad times come up because those are the memories in the coding that you rely upon when bad things happen.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding that. So you're saying that the more dependent we are on someone, the more independent we're going to be?
Totally. I know it sounds super crazy, but yes. Yeah. And I want you maybe to think about people in your own lives and like maybe yourself, right? Is that when maybe you've wanted to go out and do something new, if you feel like you're maybe someone who deviates towards being really independent, not doing anything on your own, are you more likely to do that thing? Is it because you might know that someone behind you will say, hey, if it doesn't work out, I got your back, it will be okay? Or do you have a little bit of anxiety about going out and doing that thing completely on your own? What if I fail? What if I'm alone in this and I have to deal with the weight of this and this means I'm a failure and this means this and this and this? All those what ifs, the anxiety, the sadness, the difficult emotions that might come with hyper independence are mitigated by knowing that you have someone else, that you are dependent upon someone else. You are not alone, essentially. And in being not alone, you're able to tolerate some of the difficulties of what might be the difficulties that can come with hyper independence.
Can you give like a more practical example? So I understand what you're saying. It's not a bad word, but there are cases where dependency is bad. Like, for example, if my child who is married is still relying on me financially or relying on me emotionally, not to her spouse, I would label that as unhealthy. So can you give a healthy example, a more practical example?
Sure. Well, can I ask you a question about that, Sean? What makes your daughter relying upon you and not her spouse? Like in that, are you saying it as like a black and white? Like they don't talk to their spouse at all, or they sometimes come to me and they sometimes go to their spouse?
No, like come to me first.
They go to you first instead of their spouse.
Exactly.
Okay.
I would think that's a problem.
You think, okay.
I think that's a problem. I mean, I don't know yet. I haven't.
So this is the beauty of what dependency is, right? Is that and that's a great question. It's that it is incredibly subjective, right? How we define something as healthy or unhealthy, and especially in the psychology world, we give a little bit more subjectivity to it because we're all unique individuals that have completely unique stories and factors and considerations and beliefs. So for some people, maybe it is okay that your daughter might come to you first, and then through your secure attachment with you, be able to take that information and model it and take it to their spouse and then try it out with their spouse to secure their attachment further. So maybe then they do that over time.
Use the example of the finances. If I'm paying for my kids when they're in their 50s, I think there's a problem. That's
for sure.
I mean,
we're likely headed that direction. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I hear you. And so that's a tricky one, right? And so how much of that is, culture stuff? Is it like, does it really feel like this person, we are leaning back into this notion of like, this person is an impediment, they're not able to grow, they're like completely unreliant on themselves? Sure, there is a line there, right? So how much dependency is too much? That is a real question, right? That's the same thing then when we think about drug or alcohol use, our phone use. How much is too much? How much is unhealthy? And it's a word that's hard to define. And how much is okay, right? How much of it is subjectively something that you negotiate with? What I'm kind of referencing in here is this notion of a lot of culture and society, especially Western society, emphasizes hyper-independence. If a lot of, I think, psychology, if you guys ever read about it, is all about like, you do you put yourself first. It's all about you. Go do self-care. If this person's bothering you, cut them out of your life. There's no attempts at considering the importance of repairing and healthy relationships towards your overall satisfaction. It's gone the opposite direction. So no one extreme is right? Over dependency, for sure can be problematic if it's impacting your functioning. If your kid's literally like, Mom, Dad, I'm afraid to go out into the world, give me $5,000 so I can exist, and they're not existing at all, then yeah, that might be problematic. Other side of the spectrum, if your son or daughter is so independent that they want nothing to do with you, and maybe they're really suffering alone, that also could be problematic. So really depends. When we talk about dependency here, we're talking about you figuring out with your spouse, with your loved one, whoever it might be, what is dependency in a middle ground, right? We tend to want to pathologize and make dependency a bad thing, and that has a lot to do with culture, family, beliefs, things like that.
So in other words, it's health. It's okay. You don't like the word healthy, so it's a good thing to have a trusting and dependent relationship, so that the other person's willing to take risks on their own.
Exactly.
And do things on their own because they know you love them unconditionally.
Exactly, right? So they're more likely then to be able to emotionally regulate, do things on their own a little bit without you. And sometimes they will lean on you, right? It's the knowledge that they know, if I need it, it's there. If I don't need it, I still know it's there, and that's nice to know. So there was a really great study that references, and I think this may answer more of your point here. It's that there was a brain stimulation stress study conducted by Dr. James Cohn at the University of Virginia, and it was specifically just on married women. And what he did was he did an MRI scan with married women, and what he did was he told them to come in. They got hooked up to an MRI, and he said, look, ladies, I'm going to administer a really painful shock to you. And that's all he told them. And then he counted us 3, 2, 1, okay? Before they even knew the shock was cut. So after the doctor said, we're going to administer painful shock to you, they were measuring in the brain. What they were looking at was what happens in the hypothalamus. Your hypothalamus is this part right in the middle of your brain. It's the very first thing to develop when you are in the womb, and it's your fight or flight response. It's the thing responsible for you determining whether you are in danger and you need to fight or flight, or you're safe. The first thing they noticed after the words, you're about to receive a very painful shock, the hypothalamus lit up like a light bulb. Done. It was activated. It's online. Every part of this woman's system was screaming at her, you're in danger, you're in danger. What do we know happens to the body when that happens? Cortisol goes up, heart rate goes up, stress is upon your body. These things do damage. It's not so great, right? So that was when they're alone. Hypothalamus was the brightest it ever could light up on the MRI chart. So then they had a second group of women. They tested the same women, and they had them hold a stranger's hand while they were in the MRI machine. What do you guys think happened to the hypothalamus? It went down just a little bit, right? It went from like bright Christmas light bulb to like, it was like a light, but like not so much there, right? It was there, it was lit up. They were still experiencing stress, but they definitely were not having the same amount of activity as when they were entirely alone. And then finally, they asked their husbands to come in and hold their hand. And what do you guys think happened? They were terrified. They passed away on the table. No, nothing. The hypothalamus wasn't even activated. This is indication that dependency upon your partner, reliable, whether in theory, whether you know they're there or not, even if you can think about your partner and know that they're there, your stress will be reduced. This literally suggests that our nervous system goes and is calm when we know we can depend upon someone else. We're not alone to deal with the worst parts of life, and we can be calm by our partners. Generally, yes. I definitely do think a follow-up conversation I can have on this topic is around relationships that are considerably unhealthy on the extremes, things like abusive relationships or relationships where drugs or alcohol are involved. That does absolutely change the dynamic. I will talk a little bit about like dysfunction in that way, but very good point. Yes, if it's a secure relationship, right? But generally, even having someone there, even a stranger, it still feels good, right? So, no, isn't that the worst? They didn't even try with the men. The worst. So yeah, we should. I will fund that study myself, for sure. So we know that when two people are intimate in their intimate relationship, they regulate each other's psychological and emotional well-being. And this is evident that, again, as evidence in the Bible, God literally made us to be dependent upon one another, as we know in Mark 10:8, and the two shall become one flesh. They are no longer two, but one flesh, right? This is in our marriage ceremony. It's in every aspect of our nature, and it's evident in the Bible. Questions? Good. Okay. So let's move on to attachment styles. This is the bulk of attachment theory. So as we learned from the strange situation experiment, overall, Mary Ainsworth was kind of the founder of these attachment styles. This is incredibly helpful knowledge. Every single one of us has an attachment style. Like I mentioned earlier, they are stable, but they're plastic, right? So that's good news. And you'll see a large thing that says good news at the end. But let's talk about what these attachment styles are. There are generally 4. The last one I'm going to mention is a it's more alluding to trauma, but I'll talk about that in a second. The first one is secure. I don't know if this is too small. Can you guys read that okay? Yeah? Nicole, can I have you read what that says? Or is it too far? Do I need to read it?
Okay, secure attachment. 50 to 60% of the population. You enjoy intimacy in your relationship. You take things in stride and don't get easily upset over relationship matters. You communicate effectively your needs and feelings and can respond to your partner's needs and feelings.
Thank you. Yeah. So if you have a secure attachment style, you are someone who being warm and loving comes really naturally to you, right? It doesn't feel like a lot of effort. You generally are affectionate with your partner. You don't worry about your relationship. It rarely, if at all, ever crosses your mind. You can read your partner's emotional cues. So if you see them in like, even if they're not saying anything, you're like, something's off, what's going on? And you're not overwhelmed by that, right? You may see your partner getting upset and you don't freak out about that. You want to respond like, how can I help you, right? I care about what you're experiencing. You share your successes and your problems because it's not a one-sided relationship. You also get support you need and you're able to be there for them in times of need and they are there for you. This is 50 to 60% of the population. This is the majority of adults have the secure attachment style. In children, and what we saw from different experiments is that this number changes. Initially in children, the number is higher. We see over time as adulthood, your personality, your experiences, the coding starts to be a little bit more solidified in your life. This number goes a little bit lower because, of course, over time, you're more likely to experience adverse experiences that can change your attachment style. Okay. Next one, anxious attachment. Can I have someone else read it? And whoever's close, Makari, you want to read it? Sure. Yeah. Or anyone who can read. I know it's very tiny.
Anxious attachment, 20% of the population. You fear your partner does not want to be as close as you would like to be. The relationship takes up a great deal of emotional energy from you. You are sensitive to small fluctuations in your partner's moods and actions. You experience negative emotions with the relationship and get upset easily.
Yeah. So thank you, Makar. This is a one I will see most often in couples therapy is this one and avoidant, which we'll talk about in a second. So similar to secure attachment, an anxiously attached person, they have a great capacity to love and they want to be very close to their partner. They want to be all about that. But even though their senses about the partner's fluctuations are accurate, like maybe they say like, hey, something's off, it becomes so personal for them. What did I do wrong? Are they mad at me? Do they even love me anymore? Maybe they're mad at me because I didn't do this. And it's the smallest thing and it becomes a cycle and it's overthinking and over and it takes over everything, right? So as a result, this person gets upset very easily. They may act out in the moment. They may scream, they may yell, they may use like profane language. But later, after they're able to calm down, after they're calming down, they notice that they are like, I definitely shouldn't have done that, right? That was a mistake. I may have overreacted. They tend to experience a lot of regret. So if the other person, their partner, provides them with a lot of reassurance, they tend to feel a little bit more connected and feel less preoccupied with the relationship. This is someone who tends to need a lot of accessibility, responsiveness, and engagement, like a lot, right? Maybe more than is healthy, right? So it becomes a little bit too much. So this, and I'm going to talk about what behaviors this looks like. So for example, I'm going to show you guys this book because it's the best book to ever happen to humanity. So for anxious things, it could be like they'll do things like mind reading, like, that's it. I know this person's leaving me. I know that they'll never find anyone else. I'll never find anyone else. It is what it is. I knew this was too good to last. I ruined everything. There's nothing I can do to mend the situation. Maybe if I look drop dead gorgeous or act seductive, things will work out. They are so amazing. Why would they even want to be with me anyway? If I recall only the bad things, they recall only the bad things when their partner has ever done when they're fighting. They only say, and like, do you remember this one time in 2001 in May 31st at 7:03 p.m. when you, like, and it's incredibly detailed. Yeah? No? I hear that all the time in couples therapy. It's actually really funny. But after they've calmed down, then they're flooded with all the good things. Oh, but he loves me so much. He got me roses that one day. Or, oh, but she was so sweet. She gave me a back rub that one night, right? So it can be really intense. Big highs, big lows, and it's all the time. Emotionally, these people tend to be resentful. They tend to experience a higher level of depression and anxiety on the mental health clinical spectrum. They are sad, they're angry, they're fearful, they're hopeless, humiliated, uncertain, a lot of different emotions, guilty, self-loathing. These are people who we often will see have the worst self-esteem. They think they're the worst thing to ever happen. They don't have love for themselves. They don't see their own value. In actions, it looks like acting out. You will see this person blowing up your phone on a screen, text message, text message, text message, text message. And if you don't respond, text message, call, right? They will try to do things like make you feel jealous. Oh, well, just so you know, today I was on the street and this one guy was checking me out, just so you know, right? So they might use even manipulative tactics to get a response out of their partner. Questions about this? Yes. What was that last part? Hereditary?
Yeah.
Yes, what we're learning a little bit more in attachment is that there are aspects of our personality and our attachment styles that through evolution have been hardwire coded and are passed down. So there might be a very small predisposition. It's very hard in psychology to give 100% factually based answers like that. But there is a sense that what we know is things like intergenerational trauma. So in studying people, for example, who have been through the Holocaust, that we notice that they tend to deviate towards the anxious attachment side. And that even though if you've had a parent who might have been securely attached, if your teta from 2 tetas ago may have been anxious, you might have a predisposition towards being a little bit more anxious too. For the most part though, this is rooted in your individual experiences. Like I'd say about 80% rooted in your individual experiences that you learn over time, right? Because you could have the best parents, but then what this also represents is that your attachment's not just rooted to your parents, right? Your attachment is rooted to any relationship you have over time. If you had a really good friend in high school and they really hurt you in a terrible, terrible way, that impacts your coding, that impacts your attachment style, it impacts your ability to feel like you can trust other people. So mostly learned. Yes.
I was going to say, maybe is that just what's modeled to you?
Yes. It could also be modeled to us, right? So if we have a parent and your parent's attachment style, you are responding to your parent's attachment style, right? So like, for example, if you have a secure attachment style, your child most likely might find you to be more accessible, more reliable, and more engaging. They might alternatively take on some of those more secure attachment styles. If your parent is anxious, you also might likely take on those anxious qualities, right? Because you as a child, this is your first version of humanity in front of you. Anything that you're going to start to generalize about humanity starts with the parent. And so the parent, I will say, like, I don't want all the parents that hear this all the time. It's always the mom's fault. It's not always the parent's fault. Things that happen in people's lives are incredibly complex, but it is foundational, right? You learn things from your parents that kind of set the stage of how you build your life. Yes. I'm going to write all those words down to look like one of them up. Loved it. Fantastic. So I'm sorry, I don't think I covered secure attachment, but because it's such a short little section because they're so great, secure attached people. Let me see. Secure principles they're available. They don't interfere when you're talking. They act encouragingly. They communicate effectively. They don't play games. That's a big one, especially people who are dating. You view yourself as responsible for your partner's well-being. You know that your partner depends upon you and you are responsible and you care about what their well-being is. You wear your heart on your sleeve. You're courageous and you're honest with the interaction. You lean into vulnerability. That's a huge one for secure attached people. They're comfortable and they can be present with vulnerability and share it with their partner. They maintain focus on the problem at hand. They don't say, well, then this and this and this also happened. They douse the flame before a full forest fire starts, right? They don't let it escalate. Securely attached people will attend to your partner's upset before it becomes too big. Okay. You can. We're definitely going to talk about that. Can I have someone read the avoidant attachment? I know it's small. I can also read it if it's too tiny.
Even though you crave closeness, you feel uncomfortable with touch and keep your partner at arm's length. You do not spend much time worrying about relationship. You tend to open up to your partner and they complain you are emotionally distant.
Yeah. I love, every time I present this, I love seeing people's reactions to this. What can I ask you what you're experiencing back there? All the things, yeah. I'm sure you guys are, maybe your minds right now are running through yourself, like maybe which attachment style you are, but then other people you know, your spouse, your mom, your dad, your child, like all these things. Probably. Yeah. It could be. Well, I'd love that. That would be terrible. Oh my God. So avoidantly attached people. This is, again, if you can see, it's a smaller percent of the population, between 12 to 25, depending on culture, etc. These people don't typically fear being rejected. It's not like a primary fear of theirs, but they definitely will say more, I don't feel good enough, or I don't feel adequate. I don't feel like I'm good enough for you, right? That's something that we hear commonly for anxious, avoidantly attached people. They're often, though, on high alert for attempts at being controlled by their partner. Any possibility that they might be losing control or feel like they're losing their independence, these people are quick to back off. They will isolate. So I have a little video for you guys after this, but let's do one more. Last one is disorganized. I'll go ahead and read this one. This is disorganized, also known as anxious avoidant attachment. So yes, there are combination ones. This is 5% of the population. It is the rarest form of attachment style. This is usually a result of people who've experienced trauma in their developmental years, usually younger on, or chronically throughout their life. You may be uncomfortable with intimacy and very concerned about your partner's availability, and you show both anxious and avoidant traits that we just read above. So usually for people, these are kids who probably early on in life experience emotional, physical, sexual abuse, sometimes by their primary caregivers. Almost immediately, if you have had this experience as a child, and it's by your primary caregiver, like a family member, a parent, it tends to be the most detrimental. This is, we saw in, going back to the strange situation study, we saw that children who had this disorganized attachment style, that when their mom left the room, they were completely unfazed. They didn't care. They kept playing, still experiencing joy on their own. They were having they were hayasa, rocking out in their own head. And then when the stranger appeared, some of the disorganized kids would run to the stranger and hug them and then run away. Some would also be unfazed when the stranger walked in. They wouldn't care. It's literally disorganized. There was nothing consistent about their behavior, and they were considered outliers, right, during the time of the study. They may crave intimacy, but their experiences have taught them that those closest to you, the people that are supposed to provide safety, are also the people who could be the most dangerous, and they can hurt you, and you don't know, and there's no way to know because there's no consistency. One day they may abuse you, one day they may not. And so disorganized parents tend to produce disorganized kids as well. Trusting others for these people is a luxury, and these people often have the most difficulty sustaining a long-lasting relationship, and they usually have high anxiety. These people tend to have the most, the highest level of acuity with mental health problems. We'll usually see people who have this kind of attachment style in the hospital a lot, attempting suicide, things of that nature. Questions? Yes.
I know time is a thing,
Yeah, I know.
but
I'm
we're
like,
absolutely loving this. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. It's not a small chance that couples, one spouse can be avoidant and one can be anxious. And you can imagine that's a very, very difficult combination in a marriage. Yes. And one is chasing and one is is feeling controlled.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the numbers aren't small. No. And so it merits a lot of reflection.
It does, yes. It's often people I will see in couples therapy. Sometimes it's usually one secure, one of the other two, but sometimes it's anxious avoidant. I will talk about that particularly in a second.
Your healthy relationship if you have clashing attachment styles?
Yes, you can. That is the good news. You totally can. It does take work, but you can do it. How am I on time? I want to make sure I don't go too crazy over because I have okay. Wrap it up. Okay. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit then.
Yeah.
Moving to Canada, guys. Yeah.
Wait, how much more time do you need? Because we.
Maybe 15 minutes, 15, 20.
Okay. We're okay, but 15 minutes would be great.
Okay.
And we'll keep
if
questions.
If I go over, wrap it up.
No,
I might just move through this a little bit quicker.
This is wonderful. Please keep going.
Okay. So these two dimensions really do ultimately define attachment style because it's hard to know, right? And so I'm going to recommend to you guys this book. It's called Attached. I will put it at the end of the slide. highly, highly, highly recommend it. If you want to know your attachment style, there's a quiz in here. It's called the Experience in Close Relationships Questionnaire. Incredibly validated. It is the most used questionnaire we use in our world and in the research to assess your attachment style. There is literally a quiz that you take one for yourself and you take it for your partner. I highly recommend if you guys are going to do this, you do it together and then you take a break from each other and then we'll talk about how you come back together. But do encourage you guys to look at this. So the two dimensions that really impact it are your comfort with intimacy and closeness or the degree to which you try to avoid intimacy. The more comfortable you are, guess what? The more secure you are. The more you try to avoid it, the more avoidant or anxious avoidant you are. The second component is your anxiety about the partner's love and attentiveness and your preoccupation of the relationship. So as you can see in this little diagram, this was done by Philip Shaver, another theorist I mentioned. He essentially put this a really helpful cross diagram, which shows you exactly two dimensions you are. If you have low anxiety in the relationship and low avoidance, you're secure. You guys get the gist of this, yeah? Cool. So understanding your attachment style and your partners, ultimately, this will help you guys understand the challenges that you two uniquely face, right? So this is not all done out of a textbook. I'm sorry, guys. My fiance just keeps blowing up my phone. It's usually not good when he does that. Do you guys mind if I just take this really fast? He definitely has an anxious attachment style. So understanding your attachment style and your partners, it'll help you better understand what. Hey, I'm still in the presentation. Can I call you back? Okay, bye. I should fully avoid him. No, see? I need to reassure him. I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere. I'm available. I'm securely attached. You're right. I'm actually not. I am 100% an anxiously attached human being, but different story for different day. Yeah. 100% they are. Thank you. Can I get that in writing so I can show it to him? Really appreciate that from me. Thanks. So there are golden rules when deciphering your partner's attachment style. So look, this is not for the faint of heart. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Figuring out your attachment style, this is gonna require you two to be vulnerable together. It's gonna require you to be really open and courageous and honest. And sometimes those conversations are hard. I recommend if it feels too hard to start that, then you talk about why it's hard to start that. Break it down a little bit smaller. Why is it hard for us to have this kind of conversation? What do we feel like is gonna get in the way? And the more you have those conversations, hopefully the easier it will get. But I'm gonna skip over the parts of what to look for because I think this book summarizes it really well. So I do think you guys should look into this book. Questions about this before I move on? No? Yes.
Style that we should strive to become, or should we just lean into the one we have and understand our partners and just lean into them a little bit?
Very good. Yes, excellent question. We all strive to be securely attached, and it is possible. There are ways to do it. And it's a two-folded answer. We do lean into where our partners are and who we are, right? We can't just be like, I'm going to decide to be secure today. It's going to take time and effort, and it's through your partner's help that you're able to achieve that. So ultimately, we know from research, tons and tons of research, people who have secure attachments, they report consistently over the course of their lifetime, the longest marriages, the least amount of conflict, the least amount of problems in child rearing, finances, every single major issue, they report the lowest issues in those areas and the highest level of marital satisfaction. Secure people tend to have it the best, which is, thank God, there's so many of them, right? And God bless them and the work that they're doing in the world. So we all strive to be that. Doesn't mean, though, that if you don't have a secure attachment, that you cannot get there. And I'm going to talk about exactly how to do that. Let's move on. When our attachment styles clash. So we call this the negative cycle in our beautiful little world of emotionally focused therapy, which is the theory I use for couples therapy. So I want you guys to understand something. At the root of conflict, it is incongruent intimacy needs. That's it. If I can leave you guys anything today, it is that. If you guys are having conflict, the conflict is not about the dishes, the kids, the finances, whatever. It's about the intimacy between you and your partner. It's about the intimacy, any issue with any person, your parent, your child, anything. It's between the bond and the disconnection. That's what it is. You might think sometimes it is about the kids. I promise you, it's not about the kids. So it is essentially, conflict is a part of cascading distress. What we just learned, right, is that when your distress is online, what happens? Everything shuts down. You perceive your partner to be the opposite of, are you there for me? You perceive them to be inaccessible, unresponsive, not engaging, and it ends with a complete sense of disconnection, blow up fights, and this cycle can easily repeat itself because, unfortunately, Intimacy differences, they spill into all areas of life, right? And they cause things to get worse. So radically different intimacy needs, they don't stop with seemingly trivial matters like one person wanting to hold hands more and the other one, whatever it might be. It's actually that every aspect of shared life involves intimacy, the way you sleep together, the way you guys decide to raise your kids together, the way you decide to run your garden, like whatever it might be, right? And so with every new development in your relationship and in your life, your intimacy differences will continue to be tested. So the more that you make this apparent and you talk about it often, the less likely you'll have conflict. You're trying to align as much as possible on the same page about your intimacy expectations. So protest behaviors, which is up here on the board, is essentially what happens when our attachment styles threaten. Remember earlier when I was saying if you're anxiously attached, you might like yell at your partner and you might scream at them or you might do something manipulative. For avoidant people, it's you might completely be like, I'm done with this conversation and leave. That's called a protest behavior. And it's congruent to your attachment style. If you're avoidant, you're gonna pull away. If you're anxious, you're gonna move forward and you wanna alleviate your anxiety by putting all the energy into trying to fix the relationship. So we call this activation and deactivation of our attachment system. So for securely and anxiously attached folks, their attachment system, their threat system gets activated, they move forward. For securely attached folks, it's I move forward, but like, hey, let's effectively talk about this. I see you're upset. I'm upset. Let's sit down and have a conversation about it, right? For anxiously attached, I see you're upset. I don't like that you're upset. You don't care about me. I'm going to yell at you until you listen to me. You're not going to listen to me. Screw you, I'm out of here. Something like that, okay? For avoidant attachment folks, it's attachment system deactivation. They shut down. Though their fight or flight system is online, they typically would flight in this situation, right? They shut off their emotions. They shut off everything about themselves. Everything about them says, I need to get away from this situation. I need to be alone. And they leave. So this is an important perspective because the anxious person, especially for anxiously attached folks, once they start this cycle, they tend to lose ground, right? In their heads, they think that like if there's no like, and when there's no checks and balances in the anxious avoidant cycle here, especially this particular one, they tend to get over one of their negative emotions and then another one comes right back up, right? And so it shows up in extreme manners that if at the end they threaten to leave, if you threaten to leave in your relationship, it's a big, big no-no for the avoidant attachment person, right? They think that you're actually leaving them. That's really traumatic. That's you securing your loss of connection and saying, I actually am leaving you. Your worst fear is that you're not good enough and I am out of here. So for them, it's a vicious cycle, right? So essentially, one partner's activation, the secure anxious's activation, can reinforce the avoidance deactivation, leading to a vicious cycle, right? So the more that I reach for you, and if I'm an anxious and you're an avoidant, the more I reach for you, you don't want to be reached for, and you're upset and you're shutting down, the more you pull away. But for the anxious, the more that you pull away, the more that I want to reach forward. And I'm going to keep reaching forward until I eventually get you. And the avoidance like, well, I'm going to keep pulling away until you leave me alone. A terrible, terrible trap to be in. Yeah? We can all agree? Totally. This is a brief video I can show you of like this exact thing in action. It's about a 4-minute video. Do we want to watch it or should I just like act it out for you? It's not, I shouldn't act it out for you. It's not fun. Play it. Okay, this is from the movie The Breakup. There is some suggestive language in here. Some I language. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna go do the dishes. Cool. Be nice to help.
No problem. A little bit later, I'm just gonna the streets here for a little bit.
Here, I don't want to do them later. Let's just do them now. Take 15 minutes.
I'm so exhausted. I just honestly want to relax for a little bit. If I could just sit here, let my food digest. I enjoy quiet for a little bit. Get some. That's what happens. And we will clean the dishes tomorrow.
You know, I don't like waking up to a dirty kitchen.
Cheers.
I care, all right? I care. I busted my ass all day cleaning this house and then cooking that meal, and I worked today. It would be nice if you said thank you and helped me with the dishes.
Help me do the damn dishes.
Oh, you know what? No. See, that's not what I want.
You just said that you want me to help you do the dishes.
I want you to want to do the dishes.
Why would I want to do dishes? Why?
See, that's.
Let me see if I'm following this. Are you telling me that you're upset because I don't have a strong desire to clean dishes?
No, I'm upset because you don't have a strong desire to offer to do.
I just did.
After I asked you.
Jesus, Brooke, you're acting crazy.
Don't you call me crazy. I'm not crazy.
I call you crazy. I didn't call you crazy. No, I didn't. I said you're acting crazy.
You know, Gary, I asked you to do one thing today, one very simple thing, to bring me 12 lemons, and you brought me 3.
If I knew that it was going to be this much trouble, I would have brought home 24. Even 100. But you know what I wish? I wish everyone that was at that goddamn table had their own little private bag of lemons.
I'm not
What are you talking about?
just saying, it'd be nice if you did things that I asked. It would be even nicer if you did things without me having to ask you.
You seem to remember doing something for you this morning without you asking.
No, I'm serious. I really am. Come on, you knew I was working today and I made that meal, and you could have thought to yourself, you know, you could have said, "Yeah, I'm going to give Brooke some flowers."
You said on our very first date that you don't like them. They're a waste of money.
Flowers, Gary.
You say that you don't like flowers. I'm supposed to take that to mean that you do like flowers?
No, this is not about, you're not getting it. You're not getting this, Gary. It's not about the lemons, it's not about the flowers, it's not about the dishes. It's just about how many times do I have to drop hints about the ballet?
You know I can't. Brooke, come here. We talked about the damn deal. I hate the goddamn ballet. You got a bunch of dudes and type flopping around for 3 hours like a medieval techno show. So like your bitch to the sweat. The whole thing I do. One. How's the goddamn thing? Damn ballet.
It's not about you loving the ballet, Gary. It's about the person that you love the ballet, and you spend time with that person.
Got the ballet?
Okay, forget the ballet. Forget the ballet. We don't go anywhere together.
Just went to Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor, the Michigan Notre Dame game. You think screaming drunk kids and leprechauns doing backflips, that's fun. That's fun for me. Come on, man. I did that for you. How do you show up for me?
I go on the bus every goddamn day for you. I busted my ass to be the best tour guide in the damn city so I can make enough money to support both of us, and hopefully you won't have to work one day.
I want to work.
All I ask, Brooke, is that you show a little bit of appreciation. That I just sit 20 minutes to relax when I come home instead of being attacked with questions and nag the whole day.
You think I nag you?
That's all you do. All you do is nag me. The bathroom's a mess. Your belt doesn't match. Hey, Gary, you should probably go work out. Nothing I can do is ever good enough. I just want to be left the hell alone.
Really? Is that what you want, Gary? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
That's what you want?
Yeah.
Fine, great, do whatever. You leave your socks all over this house, dressed like a pig, play your stupid ass video game. I don't care, I'm done.
What?
I'm done. I don't deserve this. I really do not deserve this. I deserve somebody who gives a shit. I'm not spending one more second of this life with some inconsiderate prick. A prick.
Okay. Has no one ever seen this movie? Oh, such a good movie. Yeah. Super cute. Good movie. I love the ending, actually. I know. Well, I don't remember the ending, actually. I know I just said that. I don't remember the ending. Oh, no, I do remember. Actually, because I'm a fan of non-traditional fairy tale type stories. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, what do we think? Does this sound familiar? Does this feel familiar? Everyone should be nodding their heads. This fight, some variation of this fight may have happened for all of us. So I'm gonna quiz you guys. Are you ready for quiz? What do we think Brooke / Jennifer Aniston's attachment style is? Very good. Anxious. What did we see her do? Her protest behaviors. What was she doing? She was bringing up one thing after another. It was about this. It was about this. And she kept saying, you don't get it. You don't get it. If you notice, right when she started to talk about what it actually is, what did she do? She went right to another thing. It's the ballet, blah, 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 right? She couldn't quite get exactly to the point to say, this is really what it is. I don't feel appreciated, right? Or I'm feeling disconnected from you. I feel like I want more time from you, right? What about Vince Vaughn / Gary? What's his attachment style? Avoid him. Very good. There was one key thing he said at the very end that was dead giveaway. What did he say? I just want to be left alone. Classic, right? And if you notice, they both had a little bit of both, right? When she was upset, she walked away. She tried to get away from the conversation to cool down. He actually tried to go after her, right? So in our attachment styles, again, they're a little bit more fluid. We may have a little bit of different behaviors, but the root is not your behavior. It's really around the emotions that you feel in those moments, right? So he said, I'm not good enough. Nothing I ever do is good enough for you. And she feels like you don't get me. You don't appreciate me. I feel neglected. I'm feeling hurt, right? So we're hearing the emotions that they were experiencing. Yes. Yeah, totally. Great question. I have seen every variation of it. I would say typically, the female is a little bit more anxious. The male is a little bit more avoidant. Sometimes I'll get a secure female and an anxious male. Sometimes I'll get a secure male and an avoidant female. I've seen every variation of it. But essentially, this I would say this type of cycle, an anxious and avoidant couple tends to be the hardest to get out of. They tend to have the most high intensity conflict. So it's tough, right? So why was there a clash? What do you guys think they were really fighting about? Nailed it. Summary of the entire presentation. They were fighting about their intimacy and connection, right? She feels like she doesn't have enough intimacy and connection. He says, I thought I'm giving you enough intimacy connection, but even he is unclear. Well, what do you need from me, right? There was a difference in their intimacy expectations, and it's not communicated. It's not communicated well, yeah? We're just gonna talk about that. We're going to talk about that right now. So the way to make this better is to first start with awareness. So Soft Middle Noon, guys, good news. Our attachment styles are, like I said this 100 times today, they're stable but plastic, means they tend to stay consistent over time, but they also can change. So to create long-lasting change in a relationship, to have better conversations, you first need to create a safe emotional space between the two of you to reorganize and ground your attachment system. To do that, it's going to start with you as the individual. You need to build your awareness around your own attachment style. So security priming is the best way to start this on an individual level. This is a huge important concept in psychology right now. It's the notion that maybe you know what secure attachment relationships look like in other parts of your life. And I actually want you guys all to take a second. Maybe close your eyes, maybe you don't if you feel like you can, but please don't fall asleep if you close your eyes. And think about secure people around you. How do they behave in their relationships? Mentally review these various people in your life, past and present. Maybe you know them right now. The secure presence can be someone close, like a parent or sibling or a really good friend. Or maybe you know someone casually through work that you deem is secure based on everything that we've listed as security so far. What do you think is important in that person that gives them that secure attachment style? What do you notice that is a secure way of dealing with a person? How do you know that they're dealing with things securely? Try to conjure up images, specific events. How have they responded when they've been in a state of distress or conflict that gives you a sense of connection to their security? The kind of things that they say, how they act different, what do they choose to ignore? What do they choose to let go? And what do they actually respond to? When are they assertive in communicating things? The way that they behave. When their partners are down. If their partners are upset, how have you seen them react to them? What's their general outlook on life and relationships? Those are all secure examples that if you've come up with them, I want you to think in your head, what's the summary of these characteristics that you would like to adopt? If maybe you feel you might not be at a secure attachment level. This will become your integrated secure role model. This will become the role model for your security priming, and this is what you want to strive to be. So essentially, reminding people of security enhancing experiences that they've had in their current and other relationships helps them to create a greater sense of security, right? So it really is relying on someone outside of you sometimes. It's for it to be an example. If you've never been taught what a secure relationship is, then you need to learn it. And so the best way to do it, if you have no one else in your life that you can think of, I want you guys to think of God. God is by far, forever and always, for the history of time and existence, is the most secure attachment figure in all of our lives. How do we know this? 1 million Bible verses. In the world you have tribulation, but take heart, I've overcome the world. Accessibility, responsiveness, engagement. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I uphold you with my righteous right hand. Accessibility, responsiveness, engagement. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, prayer, petition, with thanksgiving, present your request to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your heart and your mind in Christ Jesus. When you pray, even though the relationship with God doesn't seem traditionally reciprocal, It is, right? In the nature that we think about it, God doesn't need our prayers, but he craves it from us in the way that we know that from the Bible. He craves that relationship because he wants you to love him and fear him the way that we want him to love us, right? And so he is your secure attachment. Lean into him if you have no other reason. What characteristics of God have we learned from the Bible, of the kind of deity that he is and the God that he is, that makes him secure? He answers your prayers. He cares about you. He opens doors. He gives you positive moments. He wants you to feel safe. He always wants you to know he's always there for you. There's a really good role model, if nothing else in your life. Yeah? I have about 57 other Bible verses, but you guys can read the Bible, so. First step is awareness. Identify your attachment working model. This is a very common word. You'll hear it's very like psychology talk. Your working model is a phrase that describes your basic belief system when it comes to romantic relationships. So what gets you going in your relationship? What shuts you down? What's your attitude? What's your expectation? Essentially, your working model is what makes you tick in your relationship. If you understand the ins and out of your working model, then guess what? You can teach your partner about your working model. So it's a good first step to identify your patterns, your thoughts, your feelings, and beliefs that stand in the way of becoming more secure. So this is a way to do it. And this exercise actually is in this book, so I highly recommend it. This is a book where you can write in. I really, really recommend you guys try this. But ask yourself these questions looking at your past relationship. How was the relationship? And you can do this romantic, parent, sibling, whatever it might be. Highly recommend even starting with your parent is a good place to start. How was the relationship? How would you describe it? What patterns do you recall about this relationship? Was it easy to talk to your parent? Was it hard to talk to your parent? Do you feel like it was easy to approach them about some of the more difficult subjects of life? Not so much, etc. What situations triggered activation or deactivation of your attachment style, right? So thinking about, okay, I've determined that maybe I lean more towards an anxious attachment style. What situations with my parent maybe triggered my anxious attachment style? What did I notice when my dad or mom said this or that, or maybe they did this or that this triggered my system? Then your reaction to those situations. Did you notice that you would think things like, my parents don't even care about me? They don't even know me. What do they know? I'm mad at them. I'm never going to speak to them again. What were your feelings? Were you hurt, rejected, sad? What behaviors? Did you shut them out? Did you never speak to them again? Did you yell at them? Did you curse them in your head? Whatever it might be. How do you lose out, and have you lost out by succumbing to these working models or principles? This is really important. You need to see the detrimental effects of your working model, right? It's one thing to say, I have an anxious attachment style, but I think it's working great for me. I love it. I'm like the happiest I've ever been in my relationship. If your partner's not happy, you guys are not happy. So it's important for you to see, how is my attachment style actually not working for me? I notice that I don't feel so great when I get yelled at, or I don't feel so great when I feel regret after yelling at my partner. And then finally, bringing in that secure priming, identifying that secure role model, bringing in what would they have done in the same situation I was in with my parents, unless your parents are your secure model. But in this situation, right, in a past romantic relationship, what would my parent have done that I wish I had done? What would they tell me if they knew I was dealing with this issue? So I want you guys to think about your memories for a second. This is the last one or two things I'll say, is that research suggests that when we recall a scene, our memories, or like we try to have a certain memory and bring it into our conscious mind, we actually disrupt the flow of neurons and our coding of that memory. It doesn't stay that way forever. Our memories are not books. They're not permanently written. They're not permanently like dusty old things that just sit there. They are living, breathing entities. Your memories are changeable. The way you tell your story about something that you experienced, it matters. It makes a big difference in how you experience your working model. So in other words, our current experiences, you can shape your past experiences through new and current experiences. If you have a good moment with your partner, even though maybe you had a really bad one last week, that should help shape the memory you had last week. It should say, okay, that wasn't the best week, but maybe this and this new memory can help replace it. So essentially viewing these moments through an attachment lens, it helps you to change some of the beliefs and the feelings that you had in those particular memories, and then it can reshape your working model to a more secure one. And this starts with you. This is really rooted in individual work, and then you share it with your partner. Questions? Okay, last slide, I promise. Knowledge is power. I highly recommend you guys pray together and consider centering your attachment to each other and around God. So if God, I don't know if you guys have heard this, I've heard this from my parents, Abuna, everyone my entire life. When God is in the midst of your relationship, if the two of you can align around a secure God, you find it is easy, you're more flexible, you're more adaptive, and it will lead to more love, more peace, and care with your partner. This is really important. If all else fails, if you're really struggling, lean into your relationship with God. But if you're really, really struggling, and I want to recommend Abuna is not your therapist. I really firmly stand by that. I cannot tell you how many times I've talked to Abuna, and this is not what he's trained to do. Is that you need to know when you need to get help. If at any point in time any of the extremes come into the picture, if there's verbal, emotional abuse, you need to get help. It is not okay. You are not at all going to fix this on your own, nor should you, because we are not primed, we're not wired to deal with those kinds of situations on our own, right? Again, it is okay to depend upon other people to help us. So know when you need to consider getting help. There are a million amazing couples therapists in Los Angeles and in our general California area, and I don't feel this is a group that stigmatizes therapy, but there is nothing wrong at all with getting help. And I'm obviously biased, but I stand by it. I'm a therapist. Talk to a therapist. Yeah. Finally, consider reading these books. This is the one attached, if you guys can see it. I can send it to Nicole if you guys want to send to you guys. This is another one. It's called Hold Me Tight. This is the tenet of emotionally focused therapy, which is the practice that I follow for couples therapy. It's a really great way for you and your partner together to have conversations to increase your secure attachment. The author, Dr. Sue Johnson, she made a book through a Christian perspective of EFT. It's called Created for Connection, and it brings in God as attachment and your relationship centered around God. Highly recommend all three. I'm happy to send these to you guys if you want. Yeah, thank you. That's all I got. I'm sorry for keeping you guys over for so long. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Dr. Angie.
Of course.
Please keep your contact information up there.
Yeah.
I wish you could be the speaker for the rest of the year and next year. Yeah. We might actually do that. Thank you so much. I feel like I was sitting in school. It was wonderful. You should be a lecturer. Like in this. No, you really would do an amazing job. This was so wonderful. I hope everyone found this to be beneficial. I know I definitely did. And may God bless your service, and may God bless your upcoming marriage. We are praying for you. Yeah, may God. Yes, it's going to be. Yes. I know we're a little over time. Thanks everyone for. No. It was worth it for sure. And we'll just close with a prayer. Yes. We also have to tell you about a very important event, which is our marital seminar, our third annual marital seminar. God willing, we have Dr. Mercurio flying in from New York, God willing. He gave us 2 talks over Zoom that we all really loved. He was one of my professors in MF Marriage Family Therapy School. So it's on September 23rd, and I think everyone loves the seminar. So please sign up ASAP, and there's childcare and all that stuff. Early bird ends August 31st, and it's gonna be in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and God, amen. Thank you, God, so much for this evening. Thank you, God, for Angie and her service to us. Please, God, bless her and her life and her ministry to you and her upcoming wedding. Please, God, bless her marriage and help her to experience everything that she is helping us to experience. Please, God, be with this ministry and be with all of our relationships and help us to grow more and more in awareness of our attachment styles and to become securely attached as you model for us all the time through the intercessions of Saint Mary and the prayers of all your saints. Hear us as we pray together, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. And in Christ Jesus our Lord finds the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Thanks, guys, so much. Thanks, Angie, so much. Thank you.